what they want to do. Whereas the law isn't like that. It's supposed to be based on objective standards. So it's like if you violate someone else's rights, you're going to get fucked. Like, depending on how big the severity is, of course, like, you're going to get screwed over to various degrees. But, like, often the people who get injured or hurt by some people never get compensation. The state steps in and goes, we'll collect all the money. It's just like, well, where's their compensation? Like, can't work anymore. Like, what are they going to do? You know? And it's like, I think they should just give everyone who doesn't have a piece of land and relax the building standards and stuff and say, as long as it stands up and you haven't inspected a couple of times, like, we don't care. Like, you build it, you know what I mean? Because then the homeless situation would be solved. People wouldn't have to work until they drop, you know, all this kind of bullshit. And jobs would still get done, and people would probably come up with solutions to a lot of the problems in society by themselves, you know?
Yeah.
Because they'd have time and energy to be able to, like, think about it, rather than just be exhausted all the time. It's almost like it's by design, where big companies are, like, sucking the energy and the life force out of people. And then they're too tired and too exhausted and too busy to do anything about the problems in society. Like, it's like a controlled demolition. Yeah, it's sick, eh?
Not so bad.
Yeah.
It's like we're not fucking ants. Like, we technically shouldn't be working 8 hours a day.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, we're supposed to, you know, go out hunting. That may last an entire day or may not, but you're not using all of your energy to hunt unless you need to sprint. But in a work environment, it's more like a marathon. How long can you last for?
Yeah, just treat it like a spare part, bro. Once one fails, they just throw them out in the street and get another one. It's crazy. I think they need to be put laws into place so that you can't treat people like commodities as well. Like a minimum standard of decency. Because, like, these companies just do whatever they want and get away with it. I've seen tons of times where companies just like, oh, well, this person can't do this job anymore, we'll just get rid of them and get someone else. It's just like, well, what are they supposed to do? You know? So, I don't know, we'll see what happens.
They keep preaching about helping everybody, but they don't even help themselves.
Yeah. What's happening in the UK with that farmers' strike? Did the farmers leave, or do they still striking, or...?
I haven't got a fucking clue what's going on over there. I know that the farmers busted through the door of the government. But I think the military was called on them. I think that's what happened the last time I know about it. The military was called in.
So they got arrested or what? Shot?
I don't know.
Because they stopped broadcasting that over here like a while back. And it's hard to get information on like what's happening. I reckon they did something illegal and they're trying to cover it up, the government, you know what I mean? Classic.
Probably did.
Yeah. I support the farmers because the tax bill on the inheritance tax was like huge. You know what I mean? Like they would have had to sell their farms within maybe 3 or 4 generations. So, like, you know, maybe less even. Like, it's not sustainable. And that's why they revolted, basically, because they were like, well, what are we supposed to do? We're going to have to give up, like, half of our farm just in 1 generation. Or a quarter of our farm, you know?
Yeah.
So,
I don't know, actually know what's going on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not a part of the UK.
Yeah, I realise that, but I was just wondering if you'd heard anything.
I try my best not to look at politics because it's all the same shit.
Yeah, it is, but it is. The problem is, though, that you might not be interested in politics, but politics is interested in you, you know?
I know, but eventually they're gonna die. If they like it or not.
Well, that's true. I think, was it Socrates or someone said something about that? They said the only hope we have is the fact that people die, like tyrants die. Yeah. You know what they should do? They should give the power to the person who least wants it. Because the person who least wants it and understands the responsibility and the need for that responsibility is the person who's going to be the best suited to have it.
Probably,
rather
yeah.
than the person who wants it. Yeah, because the person who wants it wants to be a tyrant, you know? That's why they want the power. Whereas the person who doesn't want the power is going to fix everything as quick as possible so that they don't have to have the power anymore,
don't have
you
to
know?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's funny, eh? Oh, did I tell you Socrates said, great minds think about ideas, average minds think about people, think about events, and weak minds talk about people? Pretty interesting, eh?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, although I think he died from hemlock because he was forced to take hemlock or some shit back in the day. Because the Greeks were too scared of his ideas, I guess. But yeah. I just find it amazing that, like, Australia should be one of the richest countries in the world because we've got so many resources and stuff, and yet we're selling it overseas dirt cheap and buying it back at massively inflated prices. Like, and we're giving half of our gas away for free. It's like, wow. No wonder the government's poor and they don't have any money. You know, Norway's got like $3 trillion in a sovereign wealth fund. You know, whereas we're $1 trillion in debt.
Every country's indebted to themselves and countries around them.
Yeah, it's fucked.
It's like I said, like, they're all about helping other people, but they can't even help themselves first.
I reckon it's about greed because, like, the people they're helping, the money often doesn't get to where it's supposed to go anyway.
Bro, it gets seized
you know, it
by
just
somebody
mysteriously
else.
Disappears. Yeah. Sorry?
It's seized by somebody else, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's like they can do things when they want to do them, but when they don't want to do them, they're impossible. It's just like, what kind of bullshit is this, you know?
Yeah.
I think it's like a psychological trick, you know what I mean? When we're not in government, we can't do anything, and when we are in government, there's too many other things to do. It's just like, what a scam. You know?
Agree.
Like, make time, you know what I mean? Or change the structure so they can fix all the problems within, you know, one term, you know? I think it's possible, but they just don't want to do it. They should be booted instantly. And they should lose their pensions and their fucking property and shit if they're caught acting like treasonously. But the problem is there's too many spineless idiots. You know, like, I used to try and please everyone, and now I realize that actually there's people out there who just abuse that.
Yeah.
And they use it as a way to stop change. Yeah.
They use kindness against others.
Yeah.
It's kind of sick.
It is sick, yeah. It's sick. But yeah, I mean, I know some good dudes and that. Like, you're one of the best dudes I know, and my housemate's a really good dude, and so is a few other people that I know. But like, there's also a lot of kind of fake friends that I have, I feel, where they don't have the moral courage to basically be like, yeah, no, we're not doing that. I don't care what the consequences are. They're like, oh, because of my comfort, I would rather screw somebody else over to keep my comfort.
I have some friends like that as well. Got thrown on the bus a couple of times.
Oh, that sucks, man. It's just like, at the end of the day, they can't take it all with them. So, like, you know, I think that says it in the Bible even. It's like, what does it profit a man if he gains the whole world but loses his soul? You know, it's like you gain nothing. You lost everything.
No.
You know, but people are so, I don't know. It's like, because the education system is actually based on the Prussian model, which is basically designed to make obedient servants, like people who are obedient to the government shit, to the point of self-destructiveness. You know, it's just like, that's sick. And people like that need to be called out. But, you know, the funny thing is, people have this weird idea that, like, somehow it's just going to fix itself, and it's just like, problems don't fix themselves, they just get worse until someone steps up and says, okay, that's it, we've had enough of this shit. But yeah, so there's some cool games coming out too in July, I think, or June. There's one where you play as like this creature and you evolve yourself into different forms and stuff, and depending on the different forms, you get different abilities and like different things you can do. It's pretty interesting.
That reminds me of Evolve. There was a game called Evolve Survival, but that was like a monster, and you had like a crew of 4 people trying to kill you as you evolve into a new species.
Oh, yeah. This is like you're a creature, like almost like a Pokemon thing, and you like, it's pretty high graphics, like everything looks really high resolution textures and stuff, and animations look pretty good, and you like fight different creatures and like absorb them and get different adaptations from them and all this kind of stuff.
That sounds epic.
It looks like it could be a good game, but I'm not going to buy it. I'd rather donate some money to the developer and just pirate it, because I don't want to support Steam. Like, I'm going to sell my Steam account because I thought about it and I thought, you know what? Even though there's some games I won't be able to play, I disagree with the idea that you should have to ask permission to play something that you purchased. That's outrageous. That's like slave-like mentality.
Well, I thought Steam was just a library, hence why I asked you your permission.
Well, the thing is,
it makes it so that you can access the launcher of other games, otherwise you'll have to go to their official website. And for example, Final Fantasy, if you bought Final Fantasy on the MMO, for example, if you bought that on Steam, it will go directly to the client. And if you bought the game from their official website, it'll be the same thing. It will ask you your permission. From what I remember, Steam is just a library, so it's able to access the clients.
Well, from my perspective, Steam, you have to use Steam in order to play multiplayer. You have to use Steam in order to even access the games, unless you got pirated copies. And I just feel that I'd like to support the developer, but I don't want to support a platform that basically treats me like a criminal. I mean, it's like, you want to treat me badly, I'll treat you badly, you know?
Yeah,
and I just feel that like they could do a local account where it's like everything is kept on your computer, but you can still download everything from a website. Like they could do that, but they choose not to. Instead, it's like, oh, we've got to watch you all the time, we've got to analyze everything, and it just the open-ended nature of it means they can patch that system into anything they want at a moment's notice, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it. And that's why they keep changing their terms of service, keep trying to edge more rights away from consumers and shit. It's disgusting.
Well, you could have said the same thing with what happened with the crew. You didn't necessarily need to buy it on Steam, but you could get the crew on a disc. You bought it from a shop, you own it, you play the game, it brings you to their official website, you make an account, but the person developing the game could just turn it off anyway, and you've lost that game or lost access to the game whenever. And that has
The
nothing
thing
to
is,
do
they
with
shouldn't do
Steam.
that either.
Yeah,
Yeah, but they
exactly.
shouldn't do that either. But I'm just saying, one just because like one company does it, or so many companies do it,
Oh
doesn't
yeah,
mean other companies should on board the same barge and be like, let's really
yeah.
amp this thing up.
Well,
But
that's the
yeah, I know what
reason
you
why I
mean.
like the Stop Killing Games initiative, is to prevent that from happening.
Yep.
Sadly,
Yeah.
I asked about the Stop Killings initiative. It's like, can I actually put my details in this to support this, because it was to do with the UK and Europe. And they said,
Yep.
no, you can't, because you're an independent nation. You're not a part of the UK, and you're not a part of the European Union, so you actually can't. If I did put my
mean,
details in there, it'll be an invalid vote.
well, see, that's where it's kind of bullshit. It's like they either can't or they won't, and it's often that they won't do something because it affects, the demographics, and they want a certain outcome and shit like that. I don't know. I get suspicious of organizations that say, oh, they can't do something. It's just like, is it that, or is it that you just don't want to? I could be wrong, but I just
Has the government got so much of a grip on society that they can't do it anyway?
Yeah, exactly. It's like what's going on here? Please take a look. But yeah, I've got quite a few games on my Steam account. I think I looked at a valuation site. I reckon I've got about $4,100 worth of games, but I paid like $1,000 or $1,100 or something for them, because I bought some of them on as codes and some of them were on sale.
Yeah.
So yeah. But yeah, so I'm just looking at the games now. Oh, this TerraTech Legion looks interesting. It's a action roguelike with the vehicles. Like, you custom build a vehicle and you run around, like, drive around, like, shooting enemies and shit.
Nice.
And it's only like 13 AUD, which means it's probably only like £5 or so. Could be fun. Is it multiplayer? Let's have a look. Hopefully it is. Nah, that sucks. They really need to make some of these games multiplayer, because they look fun as hell, but like, it would really be interesting if you could play with your friends and stuff, even if it was just with them, not even against them. Yeah. Or like, your friends could control the hordes, so like they could play as the baddie and stuff. That would be sick.
Yeah.
It looks like a lot of variety of vehicles you can make as well. Like, there's quite a bit of interesting gameplay. But I don't know. The more I think, I reckon what they should do is use real engineering principles in some of these games, so you could actually learn proper engineering. So that, like, because like, if the thing I find about learning in general is, if you have a head start because you already know like half the content, it makes it so much easier to learn the rest of it and learn how it fits into the overall picture.
Yeah.
Whereas when you don't have that, it's like, it's such a hard thing to just jump into something completely new from scratch. And it's almost like they want people to fail, so they then have to come back and pay again. It's just like, that's sick. Ooh, Dungeon Crawler, what's this? Let's see. What is this? Oh, when does Forza 6 come out, by the way? Is that July or something, June? Or later?
Next week.
Ooh, we're gonna have to get that on the down low.
Yeah,
I
it's
got
next week.
Windrow, so it's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, next week it comes out.
Sick.
Comes out on the 19th.
Oh yeah. That's cool.
Pre-order
This
gets it
game's
on the 15th.
Oh yeah, have you seen this game Screamer, by the way? This racing game?
Scream out.
Yeah, Screamer. Screamer. Looks alright. I haven't seen gameplay though. It might be shit. I don't know. You never really know.
Funny enough, no, I haven't seen anything about that. I guess I could have a look at it.
Just if you're interested, and don't worry if you're not. How do you acquire your games these days? By the way, bro.
Say that again.
How do you acquire games these days? Do you help yourself on the 4-finger discount, or do you pay the full price? Pay the gold price for your games?
It depends on the game. If I've been waiting for the game for like 4 years, I'll pay the premium price. I'll get it like immediately. But if it's a game that I can leave it, I'm hopefully try to get it on a deal.
Yep.
It's like I said, I don't normally feel like anything piques my interest these days. So I normally just wait for the game to go on a sale.
Fair enough.
But I've been waiting for Forza Horizon 6 in Tokyo for like three years, I think it is, or just coming up to 3 years. So when I seen the announcement when they were releasing it, I was like, I'm immediately buying it now.
Yep.
But every other game that I've owned, I normally wait until they go on a sale.
Yeah, I know the feeling. I noticed Midnight Suns is 85% off at the moment. That's interesting. Did you ever get into that? It was a bit bare bones, I thought, that game. Good idea, but a bit bare bones.
Midnight?
Yeah, Midnight Suns. The Marvel game. Superheroes and stuff.
No, I don't think I've ever gotten into that.
Okay.
I think the only Marvel's game I have is Marvel's Rivals, and I don't really play it that often. I'm mainly the rally type person, so my expectations of games are a little bit weird. I only play video games that I can constantly improve on. If it's like a party game and I immediately like click and I know how to play the game, can't play the game anymore. Because there's no skill ceiling for me to constantly improve on. That's why I'm a rally driver in the simulation. I've been a co-pilot before, but that's as far as I've gone into real life rallying. But I prefer rally games, but I haven't played a lot of rally games recently because I need to listen to my co-pilot, and it's not really fair on my friends to be like, hey, can you shut up while I listen to my co-pilot for like 5 minutes? They're gonna leave, aren't they?
Yeah, fair enough.
So I haven't been playing a lot of rally games recently. I will dip into the solo chat from time to time to play some rally games. But other than that, hit wall. Damn it.
Focus, Bez. Focus.
Oh, hello there, Dubious. How you doing?
Don't think about me. Don't think about the conversation. Just kick ass and get first place. Come on.
I'm not gonna get first place. I haven't got the right suspension for this track.
But the question remains, yeah, Bez is more of a rally and Gran Turismo kind of guy. He loves racing. Yes, he does. I tried to invite him to multiple different games, other than Helldivers, which is a question I still ask today. Like, you like racing, but
Yeah.
you like shooting.
Yeah, I like shooters. Because the skill ceiling on the shooter just doesn't really exist.
Yes.
You can constantly improve.
Yeah, and it's not like Fortnite, Call of Duty, or anything like that.
Yeah.
Just go in balls deep and kill bugs, bots, and whatever the hell they call those squids.
Yeah. But I play fighting games as well. Same premise, just constantly improvements.
Yep.
But if I don't get constant improvement, I have to dip. I don't get to play the game.
Well, you lose attention to it.
Yeah,
That's just your nature.
Yeah, I do. I lose attention to it. Or I fall asleep in my chair.
When did that ever happen, Bez?
Yeah, sorry about it. I do play very different types of games because my friends is expansive and I play loads of different types of games here and there.
Briefly, I would assume.
Yeah, it's only briefly because they work. So it's only like a couple of hours for a day, and then they've gone for like a week. Nova's a good example. He'll be here once a week, and then he's gone again.
Are you sure he's a he? Because it sounds like that's one time of the month.
Yeah, pretty much. He's a teacher.
It does not conflict with what I just said.
So he's hardly around. His missus keeps taking him away as well. So there's
I hope he's watching right now.
Nah, I doubt it. I think you're the only one that is watching Dubious.
Who, me?
Yeah, I think you're the only one that's watching.
Wait, hold up. Asros, are you watching him?
No.
Asros.
Az isn't watching.
You caught me.
He's working other things.
What other thing?
Yeah, he's doing other things.
What's the other thing? I'm so confused.
Well, Az is working on projects that he's doing, making goals, striving to his goals.
That still does not answer my question.
Fair enough. But yeah, I think you're the only one watching Dubious.
Oh, sorry.
That's a good thing. No, that's a good thing, Bez. If I'm the only watching, I don't have to say like and subscribe.
Fuck yeah, you dickhead. Stop it. You just said it.
I said it as a past tense. Don't judge me.
That's tense.
If I'm the only watching, there ain't nobody else watching. Then again, I can send you a like. There you go.
Nah, stop it. No, like, go away.
I can watch now, but people can watch later.
That is true. People can't watch it later. Not a lot of people watch my videos later either because there'll be a 12-hour video.
Yeah, people do have a short attention span.
Yeah, they do.
It's like you only have, like, literally on your channel, you only have 2 shorts.
That is true.
One you're getting thrown off the map in Helldivers. Okay.
Yeah. I've got a couple of shorts.
No, you only have 2. That's coupled. You have like shorts from the past, but I'm looking at the recent.
Oh, I don't really make shorts unless something piques my interest, you know.
Good God, if you only have 2, then the only 2 that piqued your interest. I don't want to ask. I just only 2. Man, you're 6. Come on, just focus.
Fuck off, dude. Yes, I've got the slow
Dude,
car.
you were 2nd place last night. Focus, motherfucker.
Yeah, with a slow ass car. Plus, I'm running off-road tires.
No. Just like fucking Fast and the Furious. It doesn't matter what car you're driving, man. An inch is an inch. That's all I have to say. One man's gonna fuck up. The last time you were racing, one guy fucked up and you got 2nd place. Come on.
Yeah, that's true. He did mess up. But I'm also running off-road tires. Yeah,
Knock him off, man.
I'm running off-road tires, so I don't have any grip. It's like ice.
Then go Tokyo Drift.
What do you think I'm doing? No, I'm trying my best to stay off the road to get traction.
No, try. Do or do not. Never try.
Oh, okay. Alright. Yeah,
Focus, man.
It doesn't matter about the car, right?
No, when they're doing straight runs, man, they're gonna have a lot of power on you. But when they hit the corner, they ain't got nothing. They've got almost nothing. Focus, man. Just especially Comrade Cortex. You almost got him too.
Yeah,
You almost got him. You could have been 5th.
I could have been.
Could have. Oh, God. Ford Escort R5.
Alright.
Really? Can you change your car instead of a Ford?
I
Get
could.
your ass kicked by a 69 Ford?
Yeah, I could probably have a vehicle with a bigger engine.
No,
like the Cosworth.
go. Yeah, no, go Asian, man. Find Toyota, Nissan, whatever is available in the game. Go Nissan, Toyota.
Well, anything that has like a big engine bay will win in this game.
No, if they have big engines, they can only go straight line runs. But when it comes to like tight corners, they ain't got shit on you.
Well, as I said, I'm running off-road tires when I should have checked the event. It's street racing, but
yeah, it's almost off-road, yeah. But this one right here, this is a biggie.
as I said, I've got off-road tires.
I can see that.
Yeah, so it's all ice for me at the moment. I can't brake in time. Oh.
Brake a little early.
Dubious, I can't even turn.
No, just decelerate once you get to the corner and then accelerate. Decelerate, brake, gun.
Dubious, I'm running with off-road tires.
That's your problem, not mine.
Giving me backseat driving when I haven't even got the fucking tires.
Why have you changed the tires, man?
You pick the car at the beginning of the event. It's a 3-stage event, but I didn't fucking read the fucking event. It's street racing, so I should be running with road tires, but I fucking...
And again, that's your problem, not mine.
Yes.
Make it work. You go Tokyo Drift. Just
I'm
take advantage
trying.
of it.
All right, I'm trying.
You're number 3, stay 3, man. Keep it going. I believe in you. Yeah, that's the trick, too. Decelerate and stay tight on the corner. Don't go to the right side of the wall. Tight to the left. Nice. Maybe one day we can play some takedown. Oh, you got it. You're fine. Nice. See? Stay tight on the corner, man. You got third, man.
Yeah, I did.
That's all that matters. How about, I don't know about rough or flex, but hey, whatever. You said this was the third run, right? So you can change your car?
There's one more. It's a 3 event. But that was stage 2.
So you have to stick with the same.
Yeah.
So you have to stay with the same car, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Okay. Let's see what it is.
Be street racing.
All street racing, just make sure you, like you said, you run on ice, man. Just stay tight on that corner, man. If you see arrows, go the opposite of the arrows and hug the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah. You should be able to be just fine. There's only 4 people. Yeah.
Yeah.
If the arrows are on the opposite, hit the right. Nice. They're going to be a lot faster than you, but if you can... Yep. Wherever the arrows are, go the opposite. This guy's going to be faster, but he's not going to be able to handle it. Just watch. They're fast, but they cannot make... See, they're braking.
I think he just pushed me. Yeah, he did. Fucking knobhead.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, they all have to brake, dude. All they have to do is, when they break, dude, you just slide. Drift. There's no one before you and no one behind you. Just focus on the race, man.
Thank you very much for the encouragement. Ugh. Should have braked before he swung his car into me, because his car is heavier than mine.
Yeah, I seen that.
Yeah, my car is very light. It's only 2 tons.
Well, you are driving an Escort.
Yeah. Yeah, if I wanted to compete with them, I would be probably driving with the Cosworth. But I'm only using the RS Turbo.
Well, that was the last
Yeah.
race right there.
Yeah, it was.
I know it's hard when it comes to this race. You don't know if it's going to be off road or on road.
Yeah.
But I suggest all weather tires.
Rally tires are very good. Yeah, they are. I do like rally tires.
Yeah, but rally tires ain't the best.
They are. All weather.
In the game, maybe.
Rally tires are all weather.
Then definitely change it up. If you're going to focus on the Escort and you want to do that, you definitely going to have to change that.
Yeah, I'll have to buy more Escorts.
Yeah.
This is just knowledge runs, basically.
All right. Not to break the ice, but where's the guy that you were talking to? He just bounced.
As
He left.
yeah, sometimes as pops in and pops out.
And they ask you a bunch of questions and they leave.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if that's what he wants to do, that's what he wants to do. I don't hold that up against him.
Oh, shit. You're taking on a Ford GT, buddy. Good luck.
Thank you.
It's a GT40.
Yeah.
That is my favorite fucking car. The GT40 is not good on tight corners, so just pace with him. Don't try so hard. Just focus on the corners. That's all. A GT40 is very aggressive on straight runs.
And the 4GT fella left. Yeah, he did. A Jaguar player's 10th prestige? God damn.
No, fuck that. Get him. He was drafting off you, man.
Drafting it's not a thing in this game.
Oh, good. Then go after him. Yeah, he's slow on turns, dude. Damn. Stay on him. Let's go. Nice.
Ah, yeah, he wins.
Ah. I think it was just fuck with you, man.
Nah, it's a pretty close matchup between us two.
It was. It was right up the middle, man. Well, shit. It's time for me to go. But Bez, have yourself a good night.
You too, brother. You take care now.
Oh, by the way, you're gonna hate me for this. I promoted your shit. You can't do shit about it.
You promoted me, you motherfucker.
Fuck off.
I have
we'll
no
play
idea what promoting does.
Oh no, I promoted your shit in different venues. I'm so sorry.
God damn it, Dubious. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're gonna hate it so much. All right, man.
You got some rest.
You want to play some Helldivers tomorrow?
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, we can do that. I'll jump in late at night. Eastern Standard Time. I don't know what time is. Literally, I don't know when you're going to be available, but have a good night.
No worries.
Check you later.
Check you later. Bye-bye.
Man. Oh, you bitch.
Ah! That tank slapper at the back. Oh, dear me. Oh, I felt mate a back end slide on me on that corner. God damn it. Ah! Oh, it was good. That was fun. Game? Why, give me the black screen. There we go. Wait, it's cross country, S1. Okay. Oh! No! The game disconnected me. Ah! Do it me! Alright. Let's see what I can do. Probably just keep it as that for the time being. Alright, let's see what we can do. What is this? Ah. Ah, fair enough. We'll get going again. Might open up a notepad. So this is road racing S1. Okay. Cool. That one would be, I think it's the 2-tonner. Oh. Let's get a notepad up. So S1 road. There we go. Whew. Road racing. Oh, everybody fucking rage quitted? Not bad. Oh, everybody's joined now. Nice. Hmm. All right, let's have another look at the car builds. Right, let's get ourselves out of here. All right, let's head to the garage. Let's go buy another Ford. There you are. Let's have a look here. I mean, I guess I could try to just keep it four-wheel drive. Immediately bumps into the B category. Straight into A. I don't think this build's gonna work, to be honest. I think this is a horrible build. Yeah, I think this might be a horrible build. Let's just take it out. Let's have a look. So I need to be very careful. Oh yeah, without a doubt. It's such a horrible build. I think we need to raise up the car as well. So we're going to change this to a 3. And we're going to raise the car up to about a 5.
Turn sharp left.
Hmm. Okay. How about we go with all-wheel drive? We switch for the 2-liter. Obviously got to do this transmission again. I switch it. 6-speed racing. Stiff. Let's put the better tires on it. Oh, my bad. It was 16s, wasn't it? Let's just add everything that we can do at the moment. It goes to 540. Let's take the wing off. Goes to 206. L206. Why does it only go to 206? Could take it out. Is a 2 liter really slower than a 1.6? Very twitchy.
Yards. Turn sharp left.
Still 216. Hmm. All right. Hmm. I mean, this car's worse. We'll go white. Hmm. Let's go. Let's go take this out. All right. Let's see how fast this can actually go.
In 400 yards, turn sharp left.
There's gotta be something else to it. Head home. Definitely go high on this. 241. Let's open up my notepad. We want gears. It's 4.37. That's what they run with. Let's wrap this all the way up to max. Let's completely remove the rear wing. Custom. Gears. So the gears go even higher. They go to 269. Okay. Let's remove the weight completely. And probably the bumper as well. Actually, keep the one I've got on. Let's just see. Remove the weight. $269 still. So the weight of the vehicle doesn't matter. Is that the non-adjustable? $268. So it went down by one. This one will knock it down directly, wouldn't it? Yeah, 262 gets knocked down by. So we'll try this one next. So that one's 269 as well. Let's remove the fenders. $268. I think that one's probably the best one to add. $269 again. Alright, we're getting somewhere here. $269. If I add this, 240. Yeah, 240 again. Uh, $256. Does this back thing even do anything? Find out. $257. It went up by 1. That should be 270 then, wouldn't it? It is 270. But it only goes to 255. Goes down. If it can only go to 255. $240. Hello there, Az. How you doing?
Hey, Bez, how are you, man?
Ah, not doing too bad.
Oh, I found out something really important, actually.
Oh, did you?
I say really important, but really useful. If I had a cylindrical structure, like hull structure, that was 1.3 meters in diameter, that's actually an angle of 88 point something degrees. In terms of like armor resistance, that's the equivalent, even if it's only 12.5 millimeters thick, it's the equivalent of 387 millimeters of a flat like piece of steel armor.
Oh.
That's insane. You know, like that normally would cost you, like, to put that on would probably be like $100,000 or more if you had to put the 387 millimeters on, or even more than that.
Yeah.
That's like crazy. And the weight isn't even that bad. It's about 98 kilograms per square meter, which seems like a lot, but I mean, depending on how big something is, the surface area is not that necessarily that big. So yeah, I'm just doing some research and calculations and stuff to see what I can do and stuff like that, and then I have to look into the regulations and see where they want to whinge to me about something, you know.
Yeah.
The trick will be finding an engineer that's not going to rip me off, because a lot of them probably will. As soon as they think custom, they're going to be like big money. But it should be between 5,000 and 15,000 for the certification. I'd say 5 is probably reasonable, but like much more than that is probably not. Like maybe 7. Because it's like, if you have all your numbers and all your calculations and formulas sorted out, all they really have to do is look at it and be like, yeah, this will work, or nah, there's a problem here, you know, we have to redo something.
No.
And depending on what it is, they may have to redo the whole lot. But yeah. So yeah, today I'm trying to sort out some shit, and yeah, it's just a question of waiting, which is a pain in the ass. I'm actually thinking of getting a personal loan so that I can depending on what the interest rate is, depending on like, you know, because I only need about, if I had about 2,000, maybe 2,500, that would be enough. You know, so that would just accelerate the process, and I could basically, I don't have to wait like 2 months or so 6 weeks maybe for the metal to arrive, and then I could start assembling. Like cutting the few pieces I need to cut down and then assemble the rest of it. But what I'm thinking is, I'm thinking actually of maybe I'll build my tools in the garage when I can clear some space, and then I'll use those tools to actually not corrugate, but to give like a pattern to the metal so that it's stronger, like almost like corrugated iron. But it would be like either a stainless steel or something like that. So that would probably mean that it would be a lot stronger. So it would have the corrosion resistance and the strength, or even aluminium. Even that would be probably receive an even bigger benefit to its strength, like as a percentage. I mean, all it has to do is resist the wind, which isn't very high around these parts, but I know up north they get cyclones and shit, and they have to have proper rated things for cyclones. Not that anything they have is gonna be rated properly for a cyclone, like it's still gonna fucking destroy it. But yeah, I don't know. Actually, I'm thinking about it now. I don't even know why they bother putting up sheds, because I mean, they get one cyclone, it's all their house is gone, everything's gone, you know.
Yeah.
So it just seems ridiculous to me. I don't know what people are thinking, but I pay for a certification. It's basically useless. So
You might as
yeah,
well
the more I think about,
have
sorry?
like massive fucking poles to hold your house in place.
I mean, even so, apparently the pressure can build up in the roof and it can just rip the fucking roof off.
Yeah, but replacing
Yeah.
the roof is a lot cheaper than replacing the entire structure.
I mean, you'd probably have to have most of the structure looked at, because if the roof got completely ripped off, it'd probably weaken the supports as well.
Yeah,
I don't know, maybe it wouldn't, but yeah, I would be a bit hesitant. I mean, yeah, plus you've got big heavy objects being thrown around, you know, into people's houses and through windows and God knows what. Like, yeah, I don't know. Personally, I think they should just build underground, and that would be a lot safer. But, you know, and also then they could use the above ground to like grow shit or whatever they wanted to do, have their garden or whatever. But apparently we only own like a foot down or some bullshit, so it's like they're going to argue with you about being able to use the land under you, which is just a mess. But yeah, so anyway, yeah, I was really happy that I found out about that. The steeper the angle, the higher the effective arm is. I think it's up to 85 degrees is the highest, and then it plateaus off from there as far as like angles, which I don't know, because that gives, I think, the highest multiplier. That gives like that gives more than 4.25. I think 76 degrees is 4.25, and 85 degrees is like double or triple that. Yeah. To get to the 387 millimeters of effective armor, which, I mean, you may never use it, but like, I think it'd be an interesting project to have to work on anyway. Even if you never used the module, even if you just basically had it and never really used it, I mean, it'd just be cool to have, I think, personally. Maybe it's a vanity project, I don't know. But yeah, I would buy a second-hand vehicle, but they're so bloody expensive unless you know someone. It's just ridiculous. Plus the maintenance costs. You know, people are always dumping shit that they want to have repaired and shit rather than repair it themselves and then sell it. Which means you don't know what you're getting half the time.
So,
And if I have to pay for a mechanic to check out every vehicle, I could be, you know, $3,000 in a hole just for that. Maybe 4 even. So it's like, I'd rather put the money towards something I know is good. Even if it costs me a little bit more in the short run, it'll save me money in the long run. You know, so. But yeah. It's just completely fucked. But yeah, so yeah.
In 400 yards, turn sharp left. You've arrived at your destination.
So yeah, bro. Hopefully in a week or so I have my full design done, but it will depend on what I can get as well. Because best laid plans of mice and men, get undone by
Yeah.
fucking garbage.
When actually emailed me my first girlfriend, she messaged herself on a level 1 for Warcraft character or WoW and took screenshots of it, and it had the date and time, and the only way I got out of it was Dad came to the front door and asked them what the problem was. And then Dad turned around and said, "Well, hang on, Jade was with me working," and I was with Dad working when she did it. Otherwise, I would have got done for fucking breach domestic violence order. Yeah. Yeah. Really? Okay.
Oh, how the table turns. When I use a fast car, I win. Oh, dearie me. Road racing. Okay. I want to say I want to pick the faster engine, but it is road racing.
Hey, Bez,
Yeah, what's up?
do you know much about engines?
I'm not a mechanic, no. Don't.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
That's alright. I was just curious. I figured if my vehicle can get up to 60 horsepower per ton, which means about 210 horsepower, but it's 3.5 tons, so it should equal out. I can travel it up to 140 to 150 and go up to gradients that are like 60 to 70%. So that should be more than sufficient for what I would want it for. I just have to calculate how high off the ground it has to be and stuff like that, because of course with the weight it'd compress it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm making significant progress actually with ChatGPT because it explained a few things that I didn't know about. Like, I mean, I knew about stability and stuff, but like it explained the complex details of it, which really helped me a lot because it meant that it could calculate complex variables for me without me having to think about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't got a clue on engines. No. Mine's lost. No idea. Huh, thank you. I'm not particularly after wins, though, but thank you. Everybody decided to leave. I was just left there by myself. Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe having a good day, Versatile. I think I'm in this event by myself now. I think everybody left. Oh no, Lucas is still here. Told you they will leave. I'm left here by myself. Yeah, I'm not having a too bad day today. I'm having a good day. Yeah. I'm having a good day. Thanks for asking. I'm all alone. Oh, dear me. Everybody left. There's nobody here. Fast traveled me. I'm the only one here. Damn. I think the game stuck me in a loading screen. Oh, nope, never mind. Did I get people? Is there beautiful people out there? There is beautiful people. People! Is there only one? Oh, there's 5 of us. Nice. Probably get my ass kicked. At least I'm not racing by myself now. Yippee! That Ferrari F40 was pretty quick. Especially in a straight line. Cross country? Let's go with this one. I think my car is too bouncy for the S1 category. Oh, that is a wall, Bez. Oh, shit. Everybody rage quitted again. I'll be right back. I gotta get to the toilet. Alright, I'm back. Alright, I'll make this my last run. And then I'll go change the suspension for the cross country. And then I'll probably get off the game. I gotta figure out how to do the suspension properly for cross country. So I'm just bouncing all over the place. Alright, I'm leaving this one. It left us in the city. I think we got the mountains next to us. Yeah. Alright. Tuning. I think I'm going to bring this up to 19 and 18. And then we'll keep the gears as they are. Keep the camber. I might change the rear to go by 210. Maybe by 2. I'm gonna move this. Try and make everything equal. Try this out. Try to get ourselves out of the town. There's an off-road track over here. Let's go off-roading. Still bouncy. Let's go. I think it's the springs. It might be the. I take that to change that. Nope. That didn't work. So we'll try again. The back one going it's lower. So it is definitely the dampers. Right, screw it. What happens when I pop this up? Am I going to be bouncing around like a toothpick? Off we go. Break a tree. So yeah, it's still too bouncy. So we'll try it different. Maybe one? Well, I might just gonna bottom out. Get my bed in my vehicle. That's a bridge. Still bouncy. Just bring it all down to one. See what happens. Let's go up this hill. Yeah, that's not gonna work under pressure. So 1-to-1 ratio does not work. So let's go by a 2-by-1. And then we'll bring this up to a 2 as well. Oh. That is not what we're after. Yeah, too bouncy. By 4? But once it loses control, it loses control. Alright, try again. Could try stiff rebound for like 14. I don't know. Not too bad. I think I need a cross-country event. So I'm just gonna go and grab one of the wrong one. How do I get to the presets? Nope. 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 I'll get to the preset. Here we go. Cross-country. Go too small. Titan might work. I'd have to climb the fucking mountain for that. I have a good cross-country. Maybe through the swamp? Need something fast. Yeah, I'm thinking through the swamp. Thinking about this one. Give me to that location, please.
400 yards. Turn left. Turn left.
Alright, oh, let's have a look. We need to go basically all the way down, don't we?
Turn around when it is safe to do so. 400 yards. Turn right.
Let's go and turn. Let's go bring this down to 11. Bring this one down to a 12. Actually, bring this down to an. And then bring this down to like a 1.6.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
I don't need to listen to you, woman.
In 400 yards, turn right.
Now! We'll go on a
400
trip.
yards,
Damn it.
turn left. Yards, turn left. 400 yards, turn left. In 400 yards, turn right.
Oh.
100 yards, turn sharp left. In 400 yards, turn left.
Ouch.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
Let's have a quick look online. Uh, 50%? Are you sure about that? 50% is out here. Yeah, I think this is too much. 50%. Max ride height of it. Rebound stiffness set to 10 to 13. So around 10. So we'll go to 13 and roughly 50 to 70% of the rebound value. Okay, so we'll set this to 6.5. Set this one to 5. We'll give this one a go. still think the springs themselves are too strong. I'm gonna bring it down to 200. And I'm gonna bring the rear down to 200.
Yards. Turn left. Turn around when it is safe.
I'm gonna bring the front to 20.
Recalculating route. Turn around when it is safe to do so. In 100 yards, turn left. In 400 yards, turn right. In 400 yards, turn right. Turn right. In 400 yards, turn left. In 200 yards, turn left. In 400 yards, turn right. Turn right. In 400 yards, turn left. Turn left. You have arrived at your destination.
We'll go with rivals. We'll go with the S1 category. We will change the filter. Wait. Up. There we go. We use the car that we're in. The vehicle is a 2-ton vehicle. Uh, du- 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 So And what I'm getting is that this needs to be the lowest it can possibly go. Okay. I'm gonna bring this down to a bring them both to 10. Moderate around 4 plus or roughly 60 to 70% of the rebound stick. So about 60%. That would be 60%. Oh, off the rebound. Hold on. That means 4. Alright. We'll try this out. Not enough. Restart. Not thick enough. So I think it's to do with the anti-roll bar. Swap this up to 25. Keep it as it is for the time being. Way too much. So we'll try again. I think the anti-roll bar needs to get very high. We're going to stiff it up to about 40, and then we'll bring the front to 30. We'll keep it as it is. I just slide too much. So that isn't it. Is it to do with the tire pressure? I don't think it is. Bouncing too much still. So I'm gonna bring this up to a 6 then. Let's do the same on the rear. Let's bring this up to 11. So that would be 6.5. Run with this one. Alright, we're getting somewhere now. How about, like, no body roll? And we'll pop the tire pressure up. I think we still need to go higher up. Go to 6, and we'll go to 5.5. Try this. So with that setup, it pushes me too wide. So it might be better off just to have it stiff on the rear. Go back to 6.5. That didn't work. Let's go for a softer anti-roll bar. How about we go 20 and 30? Let's go to 13 and 11. Try it this way. Reset it again. We'll bring it up to a 15, 12. That'd be 7.5 and 6. Let's try this ratio. Right, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. I'm gonna change the anti-robot to be like equal with each other, and that's gonna give me more understeer. And I'm thinking about raising the front suspension up a little bit more. Not raising it, you know, like put more tension in it. Noted. Okay. So it prefers a stiffer rear end. So I'm gonna wrap this down back to 20. And then I'll reduce to like 26. Okay. Now I'm going to try and we'll increase the rear end again to like 2.8. I'm gonna decrease the front. Ooh! Whoa, ho, ho, ho. Yeah, don't do that. So put this back to 7.5. Let's try 8. Try 8. Not too sure. What happens if I make it the exact same amount on the springs? So we'll have both on the same. Go both on the front and the rear. I'll bring this down to a 6. We'll go with 50-50 everything, I'm thinking. I think 50-50. Alright, let's see what happens. Okay, understandable. So I'm gonna change the ratio to a 60 on the rear. I'm gonna turn this down to 11. 5.5. Turn the springs down to a 7. And I think the... this will come down a little. Try again. Bring this up to a 13. Try this setup. Yikes, that's slidey. I think it might be too slidey. I could probably bring the suspension to about 200 pounds, maybe. Let's see if this works. Try again. I'm gonna make more body roll to the front. Let's see what happens when I do that. Alright, let's try a even higher, I suppose. So let's go with like a 16. Wait, 16. Yeah, let's try 16. We are going to reduce this to a 4. I think I'm going to reduce this to 6. See what that does. Bring this to a 10. And bring this to 11. And bring this to a 5. And bring you to a 5. Try this one. I can already tell this is not the setup. Yeah. So I'm starting to fight the car now. Oh, definitely not. I'll try again. God damn. It's harder than I thought it would be. Well, it was alright at 12. And this was a 6. Try this again. Let's try again. What happens when we have a higher ratio than the game allows? What happens then? It wasn't too bad. Let's try the opposite way, shall we? Let's go with 12 on the rear. So we'll bring this down to a 5 and then bring this up to a 6. What happens if we go the opposite way? Do I just nosedive it. Oh, yikes! Seems to be like no grip on the front. And then gains too much grip. So we'll bring this to 11. Bring you down to like a 0.5. Bring you up to 5.5, and then bring you down to like a 5.2. Oh, yikes. So it was definitely better with the stiffer front end for the rebounds. Yeah, the stiffer front is better, more controllable. It's a hard landing on the rear. Okay. So what? Maybe bump it up by a 1? Still a harsh landing on the rear there. Okay, so that's the wrong type of setup. So if I go up, it's wrong. So if I go down, it should be right. I didn't change the rear. Oh, hold on now. I think we're on to something, people. It's a bit slidey. Well, at least my tires are staying planted onto the ground. Yeah, this is nice. It's like coming down into a farm. Oh, it's a nasty back end. Well, if that's what that's like, how about we change this to a 5 and change this one to a 4? See how that one goes. It might be too much, but always nice to give it a go. Ah, see what it is. See what it's doing. Yeah, it acts like more like a seesaw now. Hella heavy back end now. Let's try something else. Bring up the calculator. Times 0.7. 8.4. Okay. So we have 8.4 on this one. Alright. And then we go and we cancel that. And we go for 10 times. Yeah, 7 on the week. Alright, let's try this out. not too bad. Maybe try 60%. So that'll be 7.2 in the front and 6. So we'll go 7.2 and 6. Try this run. Let's try 16. And let's go with 12. Let's make this down to 5. I don't know why I'm doing that. I'm just giving it a go. Okay, we might be getting somewhere. What was the ratio that I put on? It was 16. 16 times 0.7. I did that wrong. 16. Alright, so apparently this is going to be 11.2. And this one's going to be 12. This one's going to be 8.4. Try this one. The wheel is very twitchy with this setup. Like, it's so twitchy that I don't even think I'm touching the ground. I'm just skipping along. I don't like the feel of that, so no, not doing that. So this is far too high. I'm gonna try 12, but I'm gonna go with a 9 on here. See if that is it. We'll delete this. 12 times 7. So this is a an 8.4. And then this one would be 6. It likes 12 on the front, but it doesn't like 9 on the rear. So let's make this like 8, and then we'll bring this down to like a 4. Bring this down as well to like maybe a 7. Maybe go up to a 4.5. Get thrown off, but I'm getting there. So let's switch this to a 6, switch you to a 4. All right. We're somewhat getting there, I think. I'm gonna leave the dampers alone, but bring up the front suspension up a slightly. Hmm. Let's bring the suspension up equal. What does that do? One more of a roll to the front. I'm gonna bring it down by 10 pounds. Go down by 10 every time. I'm gonna reduce the load again on the front. Ow. We'll try again. Quite like that being at 60, but the damp is wrong. Try this way. Right, so that's worse. We don't want that. So we'll go off. It just doesn't feel right. I'm not really too sure. It just feels so odd having the springs like super soft. It just feels odd. Unless the game has already calculated the differences for the engine, so it is a game. And it's just too bouncy again. Yeah, and we don't want that to happen. Such an odd thing. I might need to like stiffen it like so much. Kind of a restart. Let's try a soft. So let's go 12 and then 20. Let's bring the rear up as well. Bring us to 5.5. Try this one. Try again. Might have the dampers on the rear slightly softer. So I'll go to like a 10.5, 5.2. Whoa. That was a no, apparently. Maybe I raised the spring slightly. Hmm. Hmm. Let's try a smaller version. Let's go 4.5. Let's try that. That didn't work. What's the difference? 105 and there's 75 difference. If I go to 200, and then go to 275, it should be the same, right? $275. So now it's not bottoming out, but there is a 75 difference. So Let's try this way. Alright, let's just cut the event. Let's take a break. Oh. I'm gonna try and switch up the build a bit. Let's go with change car. I would like the A version. This one. So doing this. Deliver this car to me. Alright, what we got to play with here? What did I do here? So I have 20 and 21. I'm gonna put this down on a note. Let's add a new notepad. 20. The next one I did was 0.8, 0.8. Next one was 19.7 by 20. Springs are 240, 242 by 220. Max ride height 7.4, 7.4 and 6. And then I did 2.0 and so that's apparently what. Let's go with vehicle 1. Is this one? Get this car. Oh. I'm gonna change the tune. So it was 20, 21, 0.8, 19.7, and 20. This one was 24. 24.2. This one was 22. This one was 7.5 and 6.8. This one was 2, and this one. Ugh. We'll get ourselves back over there. Ugh. Alright, I've got like 40 minutes left.
In 400 yards, turn left. Turn left. In 400 yards, turn right. Turn right. In 400 yards, turn right. Turn right. You have arrived at your destination.
Rivals S1. Switch. Get myself in there. 148. See the difference between the two builds? So from the two builds, I want the rebound stiffness higher, like a 9. Just on the front. Doesn't look like the build works that way. So let's go like 14 by 9. That means you would have to be I need a calculator again. God damn it. Calculator, delete all this. 14 times 0.7. That'll be a 9.8. Now the other one. That'll be 9 times 0.7. 3. Get that bell to go. Very slidey in the back.
Hey Bear, sorry I didn't say bye last time, but I just had to go suddenly.
Oh, don't worry about it. I mean, if you gotta go, you gotta go, you know?
Yeah, sorry about that anyway. I was just gonna ask you something too, and that was, according to ChatGPT, it changed its mind about, the sloping armor and stuff. I noticed, and it said that at 75 degrees, it should be about 50 millimeters or 48 point something millimeters if it's 12.5 mil thick. I think that sounds reasonable because the other metric it gave me was something stupid like 378 millimeters. It's just like, how does an angle that's almost flat give you that? You know, like I think it does make mistakes sometimes.
Well, it's not an AI. It's just a machine that goes on an algorithm.
Yeah.
That gets all of the information from every resource that it can find.
Yeah.
So it can't really think for itself. So you're always going to get like the crap numbers that will pop up out of nowhere.
Yeah.
But I know from buses have pretty flat front ends on them. Same with wagons, and trucks. But they just have like a slight curve to them from the front. Like the Mercedes double-decker bus, that's pretty much flat on, but it's only got a small curve on it at the front to help resist against wind.
Oh.
Other than that,
Yeah.
I don't really use ChatGPT, GPT, or any of the AI. I just ask them, give me the formula, and then I go off and do the formula myself, because you can't really rely on the machine to do the formula for you, because sometimes they don't even know what squared means. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
They don't quite understand Pythagoras' theorems. They could tell you the sequence, but they don't really know how to plot it in properly.
Oh.
I had one that gave me fucking negative numbers before. I was like, yeah, this isn't right.
It's trolling you, bro.
Well, that's why I was like, this, it doesn't have negative numbers. Why do you have like negative 0.00001 and so on and so forth? I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just it's not AI. It's a machine. I wish it was AI. It's not. We're not quite there yet, sadly.
Yeah.
Other than that, you use it like as a second opinion, a third opinion, fourth opinion, fifth opinion, because they keep changing the fucking mind.
Yeah. I might be forced to have a double V actually under the vehicle, because I just realized that angle is 45 degrees and I need to really get to 75 degrees ideally, because that basically 4x's the effective armor.
Yes.
I mean, I don't have to, but I will, because I want that property, you know?
Yeah, if you want it, then go for it.
Yeah, and you know the funny thing is these armored steels are so fucking cheap. Like, I know steel's not expensive, but you'd think it would be expensive, because they're like, oh, it's going to be used for defense. It's going to be, sold to some government or whatever. It's like, it's going to be expensive. You know, because like they, yeah, they just seem to want to charge the earth.
Of course they do.
As soon as you mention certain industries, price just goes up. You know what I mean? That's why I'm always suspicious when they're like, "What are you going to use it for?" It's just like, it's none of your business, because I know it's going to cost me money to tell you. You know. So, but yeah, I think 50 millimeters or 48 point something millimeters is more realistic. You know, because I mean, all I want is just some straight numbers. It doesn't have to be a fucking main battle tank. As far as I'm concerned, as long as it can stop things like a high-powered hunting rifle and maybe a heavy machine gun, like maybe like 5 rounds in the same spot, that should be fine. That should be more than fine, you know?
Yeah.
I'm just curious to see what the limits are of defensive technology at the moment, because obviously different materials have different properties, but yet they still use like a certain type of ultra-strength steel. And even that can only stop so many. I think it can stop actually up to about 10 in the same spot before it basically is, you know, throwaway or whatever, or have to be recast or whatever, or reheat treated, you know.
Yeah.
which isn't bad, you know what I mean? But the ceramic ones can only take like one shot in a 50 mil by 50 mil area, which means basically you're unprotected. Like I find it funny, they're like, it's 50% lighter. Yeah, but it's also shit, you know? It's like you could take like one round in a 50 by 50 area and then the next round's going straight through. So I just think I'd rather accept the weight. And oh, did I tell you hydrogen fuel cells, which is basically what I can make? They're apparently 60% efficient, or up to 60% efficient.
Oh, are they?
That's wild. Yeah, because like most other things are only like 30, maybe 40% efficient.
I don't know much about science, but that sounds good.
Yeah, it does sound good, doesn't it? Especially when it's 3 to 4 times the energy density of like petrol. So like I think diesel's like 40% more than petrol, and this is like 420% of petrol. So it's probably like over about 3.5 times what diesel can do, or 3 times what diesel can do, something like that. You know. Plus, it's quiet as fuck. Apparently, the hydrogen, because it produces water vapor. But yeah, I'm assuming that the fuel cells are not going to be cheap, depending on whether I can make one or whether I have to buy one. If I have to buy one, it's probably going to be like a few thousand, I'd say. But yeah, I should set up a business selling fucking fixtures to people. You know what I mean? Like bolts, nuts, washers, all this kind of shit. Like high grade, like 316 stainless and shit. Because I reckon there's a market out there for it. You know, if people aren't already doing it, they probably are. I'm probably late to the party.
I'll be late than never, isn't it?
Yeah, well, if I can get them for like 35 cents a bolt and like 2 cents for a washer, 6 cents for a nut, that's still pretty good if it's solid 316 stainless. At that price, I could melt it down and recast it, maybe. I don't know. It better be solid. It better not be coated or fucking some other bullshit like on top of it, you know?
Yeah.
Because, like, I don't trust them, eh? I know they're gonna fucking pull a fast one unless I literally do destructive tests on some of them. That's how you know, because you've gotta, you know what I mean? You've gotta literally destroy the thing to find out what's inside it and how strong it is and stuff.
Yep.
What the corrosion resistance really is. But yeah, I mean, as I said, the bolts mainly, I need the bolts for my shed, but yeah, I just wanted some they're not super high strength, so maybe I'll get something else, but they're still reasonable for 30 cents or 35 cents a bolt. I can't really complain. If I was to buy them here, I'd be looking at about $5 per bolt, and I think it's like $5.50 for a bolt and nut. Whereas I'll be paying like 37 cents if I buy from China, if I buy like 3,000 bolts, 3,000 washers, 3,000 nuts.
Yeah.
I just think that is it better to get, do you think, to get the washers separately to the bolts, or do you think I should get flanged bolts? Because like I know that they can undo themselves if you don't have a flanged bolt usually. But also like, sorry.
Okay, now, don't really know too much about the bolts or
Okay.
screws and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know a little bit. Yeah, I just wasn't sure about that. I'm assuming getting a separate washer could be better because it if anything happens to or like having separate pieces is often a better idea, because even though I might not hold it as tightly, if the thing does anything does give, you just rather have the washer just break or whatever rather than have like the whole thing like crack the bolt
Yeah.
or anything.
That is true.
So-
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, you're right on that one.
Mm. But yeah, it's interesting. Engineering is quite interesting. You know what I mean? It's quite fascinating how, like, even though some ways of doing things are bad, there's actually ways of doing things where you get kind of more than you give. Like, it's strange if you adopt certain ways of doing things or materials or design choices, you can sort of like play games with the, like, you can get more out of it than you really should.
Yeah.
Whereas if you do it the other way, you can end up fucking yourself over really bad. So yeah. But I looked into the hydrogen thing. I don't know if I told you, but minus like 250 something C for like high compressed hydrogen liquid. I was also like, nah, fuck that for a joke. imagine if that the temperature goes up too high. I think it expands, and it's like massive expansion. So yeah, nah, fuck that. I'd rather use the gas directly. So yeah, fuel cell it is. Fuel cell it is. Want my efficiency, damn it.
Yeah.
And I want, even if I have to replace it after like 6 or 12 months, I still reckon it's worth doing. What I'll do is I'll build several of them and have like 3 or 4 spare in the back somewhere, and then I can just add some extra water and like the specialized water and catalyst, so that even if it literally breaks down in the middle of nowhere, I can literally just remount the fuel cell and keep going. Because I mean, that way you won't have. I won't have to have, like, you know, a lot of people have like jumper cables and all this other shit, and it's just like you still don't have everything you need, you know.
Yeah.
So you know, at least that's kind of dummy proof. But yeah, no, a friend of mine actually in the US is like, I want to fucking see this thing so I can race it, and I'm like, mate, if I hit you with this thing, you're gonna go bye-bye. You know what I mean? Race, it's just like I just turn the wheel, it's just like drive over him.
True.
No, I wouldn't do that, that's bad. It's like a movie, yeah.
Yeah, road rage
but
max.
But yeah, because he got a car recently because his other car got stolen and written off or some bullshit. Pretty sad stuff, actually, but he's managed to get another vehicle, so that's good for him, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what I want to do ideally is have one seat at the front and then have two behind that and then 2 behind that, so that they have one person can cover the left, one person can cover the right. Not that I'd need to use it for that, but like I just like the idea of having 5 seats, because if you want to transport more than one person, you know, you're either pretty much limited to either 3 or 5 or 7 or 6 or something. And I think 7's too much, and also size-wise, you know, the thing has to be like within a certain weight limit as well. I think it has to be within 4,500 kilos, which is a fuckload of weight. Like, what are people driving, a fucking truck? Like, on a learner's license? Like, it's kind of hilarious to me that they go, oh, we have to do this for safety. It's just like, safety, man, this thing's got like a bowling ball. It's like a demolition fucking vehicle, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like, you're just gonna let them have it? Like, holy shit. That's funny. But yeah, so I didn't end up going for my learner's license today. I thought I'll go on Monday because I couldn't be fucked today. I got stuck into a few things and yeah. But yeah, I'm trying to sell some shit as well at the same time, so it's a bit messy. But I found my set square and stuff, which was actually good because like I'd lost it and I don't know where it went. So I found all that junk today,
Nice.
and yeah, I used it to mock up a little bit of a design. It wasn't much of a design. I just wanted to see how some things looked, and I think I know the design. I'm going to go with a teardrop design, but it's going to be a double V underneath.
Yeah.
I have to calculate the explosive radius too, of like how much explosive, how far the gases can expand and stuff, because that would be, like if you have a double V in the center, it's going to be a bit suspicious if the after blast gets deflected directly up into the center, because that's going to affect, the flooring and everything, all the subframe and everything below that. Like ideally you'd have a V, but you'd have a 70-degree angle, which is probably what I'd prefer to have. But I don't know whether that's how viable that is. So yeah.
I wish you the best of luck on that one.
Yeah, well, whether I'm allowed to build it, that's the other thing, because I'll have to speak to an engineer before I do any building of anything, because they've got to certify, like, fill in some paperwork and stuff. But yeah, they'll probably charge me like $500 for nothing, just to fill out some paperwork, so. Continue.
Every tiny detail I do in this game, everything just fucking changes.
Mm. 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 Mm.
Hmm. Too bouncy. That means the bump stiffness needs to come down. Hmm. So 360 degrees. That's like a Hmm. Uh-huh. 6.5. 6.5. Funny. We got. Hundred and 75. There goes the pieces. 75. Approximately 114.3. 132. 132. Bridge barrier.
This is going to sound so the top and bottom circular faces are not flat cut. Trying to piece up through up and some of the bottom cut. Twice diagonal. Bezzernator. Think about the weeks. The progress is made is my final point. It is a rough on the bottom to deep on the foster sick. Yes, it's a design for recovery. It's using, so the goal is to deflect the blast. When showing a central ridge doesn't become a failure point to maximize reflection. Dead rise angle. Aim for an angle of 120 at each big tip. More acute angles dissipate, but can reduce stability. Effectively creates a W-shaped central peak. The ridge directly under the cruise center line with two V troughs aligned roughly under the signature divide maximum distance between the detonation and couplings. Ready for bends and the ridge shot under the bends. Use a rake at least 4 to 5 heads to prevent the steel from cracking during the forming process. Not honestly, place a structural fire beam loading discussing inside the peak of the V. This beam acts as a spine for preventing the bus from zipping to center. Not complication. Design is to lightweight technically floating on elevation. Maybe I need to Okay, so it's a double. Ultra high hard now. .5 millimeter thick. 5. Weight. This one is definitely size. So, 5 meter big. 2.2 meter wide and a large self-section caps traffic. 3,630. For a 5 meter vehicle with a half ton to 101 the coast of their equivalent front end cap 0.5. Okay, so that's the shitting on specific. Only covers the bit armored show you must count additional weight and additional undercarriage weight. Chassis, drivetrain, chassis remains, engine transition, axles, phase transfer, typically wheels and run flats. Heavy duty military grade wheels can add interior systems, seats, glass, extremely heavy, and electronic. Customer QA, you can expect quite upwards. Must be ready to release and handle the kilowatt plus crew and cargo using a standard likely destructive failure for axles from 5 tons per hour. Okay, you have a specific diagram. So if it's 8 tons, I probably would have been 12.5 tons. 12. Information is different from housing. Financial tenant, standard store housing, 8 and 10. Place the standard custom highway builds. In a monohull, the accident will experience high vertical impact and loss. No restriction to spray by plate on the top. Restriction to prevent from bending on top. Prevent snapping the shafts from the smoothing and weaker the center of the parts. These materials are heat treated to provide a hard outer shell fully resistant and tough for flexibility. Change shafts. Both plate surface interesting. Rolling because the actual muscle pull 12.5 times the original muscle. Multi-pass deep penetration of all using lines. Selecting logic. Plus massive torque. Unload it with tires and approximately 23 down. Two is not happening with high torque. Heavy gear done. Look for the match. Triple effective weight. Holy shit, it's off hitting a bump. Oh no. Government using high harness and planes. Both light armored vehicles and the common sense disposition of armored vehicles and to stop high-powered armored police and terrorists. estimated point is 2.5 meters wide. 1.8 meters wide, 1.5 meters wide. And stuff. Estimated weight. 2.5 wide, 2.5 high. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize. Your hands go best, sorry.
Don't worry about it. Dear me. This is gonna be my last one. Alright, that's enough testing for me today. Oh, I'll come back to it another day. Oh, oh. I hope everybody enjoyed. Bye bye.